All good to go. We'll go ahead and get started with session number 13, Lucky 13. Last time, our trio of adventurers had discovered a body aboard the Railway Tavern, a arcane locomotive that was commissioned to travel between the southern and northern tips of the Jamila dynasty, one of the easternmost locations on the continent of Urundal. And you all had several run-ins with various tenants and groups aboard the arcane locomotive. A interesting evening that resulted in some rather confusing things that occurred late into the evening. And then the following morning, you all discovered the body of Lord Garmon aboard the observation deck. After several incidents and back and forth with various individuals aboard the train, his recently widowed wife and another half-elven woman, Lady Esterina, were seen chasing two goblin individuals through the train, one of which was a servant, if you will, of Lady Garmon, the other a staff member aboard the Railway Tavern. The two were stopped in the entertainment car just on the other side of you by a sort of spell cast by the two of them, and a near dangerous fight broke out before Tarmo, the conductor, locked everything down and asserted that they would get to the bottom of this whole ordeal as Lady Garmon accused Trackle, her servant, of the murder, having supposedly found the deadly nightshade poison among their things. After much back and forth with Lady Garmon, Esterina, some staff members of the Railway Tavern, including Prim, the other goblin individual, as well as Lord Almanur, a rather shady individual now, as you've come to find out. Long story short, you realize that a bit more might have been going on in this whole ordeal, and that this murder was made to look like something far different in its conclusion. And after much discovery, much back and forth, and exchanges of words and heated discussions, you all discovered that the poisoned substance that had come in contact with Lord Garmon, that you had found just upon his lips early on that morning, was in fact lipstick. A poisoned lipstick that had done the deed. And upon this discovery, it sparked an extreme reservation and a very sudden escape attempt by one of the noblewomen, Lady Esterina. She ran away after a note was discovered in Lady Garmon's trunk, a missive between the two of them, discussing the deed that was later done aboard the Railway Tavern. In an attempt to flee, the Lady Esterina made herself invisible, but Trash was able to cast a spell in order to inhibit this swift escape. After which, as she realized her goose was just about cooked, she attempted to assault you all with a more dangerous invocation spell. But given the sudden ensnarement by Floof, had an extreme mishap that resulted in her fireball spell falling at her own feet, igniting the entertainment car in a massive roaring inferno. Luckily, you all were adept in your evasion of near-fatal wounds and even managed to save most of those involved in the explosion, even going as far as to save the one who caused it. After much danger, you were able to overcome the flames of the inferno, and with the help of some of the staff members, put out what remained of the entertainment car before any structural damage occurred, and continue your remaining journey on to Tafar, the northernmost province of the Jamila dynasty, arriving now at the final station of Tafar. Upon arriving now, you can already begin to see that various guards and officials of the city that otherwise help in the reception of this arcane locomotive are now heavily questioning anyone and everyone aboard the train that they see coming and going, or attempting to do so at least, especially Tarmo, who's already tried to head this off at the past. You see a number of guards, one half-orcish man wearing splint armor with the crest of Tafar, a sort of stylistic sun with the silhouette of a dragon cast upon the center of it. And you see as well some of the other guards are already beginning to call for healers and apothecaries to begin treating any of the wounded, including not only some of the minor wounded, but the two nobles that were resting in the storage cars, the ones that you had saved early on in your trip. But now you can see as they begin to carry out on a stretcher Lady Esterina, who has been heavily burned by this whole ordeal, just barely hanging on to life, thanks to Trash's forgiveness and much of a gracious save to pull her from the flames. But now you watch as a few of these guards begin to approach your group as you begin to try to exit the train. And as you see as you exit, you see Tarmo is just off to your right-hand side as you face north towards the main part of the city. What do you do?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was actually daydreaming a little bit there. Well, our goal, our ultimate goal is to find Gamil, right?
Yes, as of right now, that is how you understand it. But as you contemplate and gather your thoughts, you watch as a number of guards begin to approach you, seeing most of you have taken at least some amount of damage, if not significant wounds. Are you all right? Do you need medical attention? What happened?
I'll press against various burns and gashes and holes in my clothes and be like, I need help.
Of course. And this is the half-orcish man. You see he's got a mostly shaved head and then a tied tightly into a knot to the back of his head, what remains of his pitch black hair, very small tusks coming up from the lower jaw, and a large scar across the center of his forehead coming down across the bridge of his nose. As I said before, wearing full splint armor with the crest of the city in the center. Apothecaries, come! We have more wounded over here! Come along! Dazes and Trash, what are you doing as this is occurring?
I will indicate that I would need some healing too. It's not as obvious on me, but I do need it.
Of course. I don't understand what we can do. I've not... My forgiveness, we've not seen an individual like yourself. You're... with all due respect, what are you?
It's okay. Your conventional healing spells will work on me just fine.
Of course, of course. Anyway, Apothecary, here, please! And he motions for you all to sit down against the wall of the unburned portion of the car as you watch several other guards begin to inspect the remains of the entertainment car that you can see at this point. Like, all that remains really is like the framework, the steel work, the most like pivotal portions that, had the Inferno gone on much longer, would have definitely given way and caused the whole car to collapse inward and possibly derailed the latter half of the train. But you watch as this gnomish man approaches you. Probably not much taller than you are, Trash, around the same overall height in full standing. And he begins to approach you all. You see him spread out a leather-bound healer's kit containing all sorts of forceps and various vials and things of that nature. A number of different salves in small tinctures, as well as paste and things of that nature, as he begins to tend to some of your wounds, starting with, of course, you, Floof, seeing that you've taken a pretty significant amount of damage. And you'll receive... you'll receive 8 points of healing.
Let's go.
Before, tending to what he can. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, not the guard, but the gnomish man.
Yeah, I can't really do much in this case. I'm more of a stand-in for our company cleric, but they're a bit predisposed with other matters right now. But I'll see what I can do. And miss, the guard said that you are receptive to conventional healing, yes?
I believe so.
Right. Well, I may have a small... Hold on just a moment here.
And you watch as he sort of scans through his collection of vials and does find a healing potion and hands it to you.
This is the only one I have right now, but I believe this is probably the most effective means of medical attention for you in this instance.
Yes, this'll work great. Thank you.
All right. You take...
I'll like uncork it, and you'll see like it like kind of flow and like kind of blend in the blob, and then my shape gets a little bit more firm and less,
Right.
melty, puddly looking.
You get 7 points of healing.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
And you, sir,
He says as he looks to you, Dazes.
are you all right? Do you need any immediate attention?
I wouldn't say immediate. No, you can you can tend to others who require more.
Of course. Oh my goodness!
As he turns and sees the near charcoal-like remains of Esterina.
Oh my goodness, ma'am! Yes, of course.
And watch immediately as 2 or 3 individuals begin attending to to her, as well as one of the staff members that were heavily injured in the explosion. But this whole process goes down for about, I would say, 30 to 45 minutes to get through the worst of it, to immediately treat anyone who's on, the brink or took significant injuries from this whole ordeal, before you see the half-orcish guard approach you all alongside Tarmo, as well as you see accompanying him a silver dragonborn wearing armor not unlike the one that you saw in Callista. You recognize this. This is most likely a member of at least this division of the Silver Talons, some of the higher ranking and more capable soldiers of the dynasty. They have rather, streamlined scales tied back into similar sort of tendrils at the back, almost like dreadlocks tied tightly to the back of their head, and piercing green eyes as they stare and observe you all. I was told by the owner of this establishment that you all had a lot to do with what occurred. We'd like to get a few statements from you all, if you don't mind. Is there anything you all would like to say, first and foremost, before I ask any questions?
I'm just staring at him.
I'll give him. I can give him the general spiel, I guess. I don't know if he wants us to relocate somewhere else before asking his questions. Or we can just...
That's quite all right. Go ahead and just give me a persuasion check, if you don't mind, Dazes. All right, with a 12. Right. So it appears that you, from what Tarmo discussed, had encountered some bone collectors. Terrible, awful beasts, those things. But say that was sort of insignificant to this incident would be an understatement. Were you all aware of what was going on with this Esterina?
Not at all, no.
You didn't happen to see this letter, did you, prior to your boarding the train? And he presents you the letter that Tarmo had been reading just before Esterina had tried to escape. And let me go ahead and post that into Discord, and if one of you would like to read that for us, I would greatly appreciate it. Give me just a moment here. It's in the NPC and location section, if someone would like to read that for us.
I grab the paper and look at it, and I say too many words and hand it to one of you two.
Oh, I would have loved for you to take a stab at it.
Not much of a scholar, I see.
We'll get to learning, teaching how to read at a later date.
Really?
Is that canon now?
Yeah.
It's canon.
Is that canon now?
Yes.
He's going to school.
Floof can't read.
But yeah, I guess I'll grab it.
Okay.
Esterine, I pray I find you well. I fear for my well-being, as my husband's lust and desire seems unquenchable. He has afforded me a good life until this time, so I have overlooked his constant infidelity for nearly 5 years. However, he seems uncontent with our bond at all at this point. I have never trusted Tavarius entirely, given his past life of extortion. One does not skirt a reputation like the Butcher so easily. I recently intercepted a letter to Tavarius' contact in Tafar. He mentions a marital burden and lightening a load on his time. He also promises a payment upon completion to this unnamed contact. I fear for my life, sister. Tavarius thinks me incapable, but he is a fool. We are bound for Tafar in 10 days' time aboard the railway. See attached a stipend for a ticket of your own. I beg of you, sister, help me rid myself of this bastard, and we may share in a widow's fortune to settle the matter. Tavarius is no more a noble than I am a flunk. His title, his wealth, his success, all ill-gotten gains harvested from the greedy lives sown in the suffering of others. If you agree, contact me via sending before our departure, and we will discuss further details. Your loving sister, Lady Ulume Sabran Gamon.
At this point, you hear Tarmo chime up. I can confirm that's the letter we found in the trunk. It seems that the two half-elves were related, and that this was well orchestrated some time ago. I see. You said that upon finding this letter, can you confirm what Conductor Tarmo here has stated, that the heavily injured one over there attempted to flee?
Yes, that is correct.
Of course. And Tarmo mentioned that there was some belongings that that this letter was found in, containing a bit of coin, but not much beyond value, as well as simple documents. Can you all confirm this?
Yes, I believe it was in a case of some sort.
Yes, he stated it was a lead-lined box. It was also the means of bringing the poison beyond their detection. Is that correct?
As so I understand it.
Okay. While you're giving this statement, give me an insight check, if you don't mind. The 22. With a 22, you notice that there's a bit of that the statement, the question he asked, that there wasn't much wealth in the crate, was a bit strange, that you remember. And you kind of look as Tarmo kind of gives you an eye of, you know, just kind of perhaps don't mention that part.
Okay.
Well, I believe that that wraps up what we understand of the situation. We may have further questions in the future. Perhaps if we do need to ask further questions or insight into the situation, could you give us your names, please?
I'm Floof.
Very well. We'll, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm Dazes.
Very well. We will contact you, one of our court mages will contact you in the need of further questioning, but for now, that's all we needed. Thank you very much, and thank you for your help in this matter, protecting those who, some of whom didn't, quite frankly, don't deserve, considering the damage and disruption that they've already caused, but nonetheless, thank you. And you watch as he begins to step away to conduct other business. And once they're out of earshot, you look over as Tarmo approaches you all. Thank you for that. It would be disingenuous of me if I weren't to thank you a little further for your assistance. There's no telling what would have occurred if you all hadn't assisted in this matter. But anyway, and you watch as he's saying this, Prim, the little goblin member of their staff, walks up, and she has two large satchels in her hands, and they've been wrapped up in different velvet cloth, so they're a bit different looking than they were before, but you do notice that they have a considerable weight to them and a bit of a jingle as you move them about.
Not much wealth, eh?
I have a bit more expenditure than I anticipated by the end of this trip. As you can see, I need to rebuild an entire car, as well as clean up a body. But I understand that without your help, I would probably have fared far worse. So consider this a friendly exchange, if you will, to pay for your continued patronage. We'll call it that. And you hand it over. A quick inspection shows it is approximately 1,000 gold.
Nice.
Ooh.
That is a 4-digit number.
That it is. We'll consider this an even split, if you don't mind. I'm going to need every bit of my portion of this. We'll call it contraband. How does that sound? To repair the tavern moving forward. If you all find yourself in need of transportation in the future, please, I understand you're probably not eager to hop aboard a locomotive in the near future, but always do consider us.
I'm gonna say only 2 bag. There are 3 of us.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
I tried.
I split it perfectly even, friend.
I'll grab one of the bags, or I'll grab and hold both of them.
Okay. Y'all can split that amongst yourself. Yeah. But as he's saying this, Dazes, you feel a little bit of a tug on your pant leg as you look down, and the little goblin girl Prim is standing there, and you see Trackle is kind of like cowering behind her, but the circlet that was around Trackle's neck has like begun to rust and break off to the point where it's just like falling off at this point.
Okay.
But
I'll kneel down, I guess.
as you do so, you feel her small brownish green hands clasp around your larger hand, and you feel a cool metallic object fall, or a pair of cool metallic objects fall into your palm. And as you look, you see the brass knuckle-like weapons that she had previously been using fall into your hand. As she just gives you a kind of silent, nod. As she urges you to take them.
I'll say only 2.
While I'm laughing at that, I'll put them on.
Okay. Let me go ahead and add something to your inventory, and you can...
Brass knuckles.
Let me add that real quick.
That's
While
cool
this
as
is
shit.
going on, Trash and Floof, what are you doing?
I'm just kind of more at ease now that the guard, I guess, has left us alone because I have a distrust of authority. And I do point out to the rest of the group the one individual who looked like they were also a part of the my apologies, it was Silver
The Silver Dragonborn?
the Silver Dragonborn, yes.
The one you all had been just speaking to?
And just kind of remind them that, like, because I don't know, are we at the place that we were supposed to originally get off at?
Yes.
Okay,
You are
perfect.
in
So-
Tafar at this point. This is your destination.
Okay. And just kind of point out that, you know, our mission a whole fireball ago was to try to locate Gamil and kind of how we're feeling about that and if we feel like we have some next steps.
And you're asking the Silver Dragonborn this question?
I mean, our group, and I guess then by extension, just asking them if we should reveal that we are looking for Gamil to this individual, or if we should kind of keep.
Oh,
it
you're
hush.
asking your group. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just asking the gang.
Okay.
I shrug. Why not?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess we can find them later if we need to, but we can ask them now. No problem with it. I don't think we really have has any particular direction at the moment, so I suppose it wouldn't hurt.
Okay. All right.
So you're going to approach him now and ask the question?
Yeah, Dazes, you'll ask him the question, right?
Why not? Are we? I mean, am I finished with Prim and?
Yes. You'll find the item in your inventory. It should be right at the top.
Okay.
You can do with those as you will, reveal them as you'd like, or, you know, say nothing. That is entirely up to you as a player. But, go ahead.
I am looking for. You're in there somewhere. I'm looking for him. I find him. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess we can. I guess he's here, right? The Silver Dragonborn still around.
Yes, you see him over speaking with a handful of other staff members of the Railway Tavern, writing down information as they share what happened. Especially the few of them that are not as heavily injured by the incident, but appeared to be close enough that they saw most of it.
Okay. But should we wait till he's like done, or should we interrupt?
Entirely up to y'all.
What out there, lady? Y'all want to wait or y'all want to go?
I want to go.
As expected, a Floof. Well, all right. I guess I'll. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know if we'll get a better lead than this. So
Don't sound like the present. I'll walk up to him now, I guess. And I'll tap him on the shoulder or something.
Right. I appreciate the information. Thank you very much. Yes, did you have other things to comment about?
Actually, I would like to ask information of you, if that's possible. I understand you're a bit busy at the moment.
Yes, we're a bit busy with this investigation as well as a few other matters in the area. But I do have a moment if you'd like to ask a quick question, but do keep it brief.
Certainly. Well, we were looking for a specific individual. That's why we're here in Tafar. bronze dragonborn by the name of Gamil. Would you happen to possibly have any information on such an
Bronze Dragonborn by the name of Gamil.
Yes.
This Gamil's quite possibly be Gamil Gesh, the second son of the brother to the ruling family, Gamil Gesh.
That serves memory correct, I think.
Former commander of the Silver Talons.
Yes. We were hired to locate him.
I'm unfortunately not at liberty to discuss. They are banished from the dynasty. I mean no ill will, but I would be violating my trust with and my sworn oath to further discuss anything about the matter. Such as the requirements we must uphold, unfortunately. I can say nothing further.
So you know but won't tell us?
I am telling you I am sworn to not say another word.
I make a subtle move towards him.
I stop you from subtly moving anymore.
Okay.
And I say, I understand. I wouldn't want to put you in a predicament that could jeopardize your safety.
I appreciate that. And I understand you don't appear to be of any ill intent, but I must insist that is a matter that I, regardless of my own personal opinions, cannot discuss further. You must understand. That is a
Of course.
difficult matter, to say the least. Especially for one of myself among the same group, if you will.
Would there be a good place you could recommend for perhaps just general information gathering then?
Well, there's the Traders Union towards the center of the city. You'll see there, and he points off to the skyline. At this point, you see there are a vast number of these large clay and tile, huge, like 50 to 100 foot in certain circumstances, these large silo-like buildings all over the skyline of the city, from where you stand now, close to the riverbank, on this platform. And you see among the repositories, you see there in the middle of the city, there's a number of smaller buildings that are clustered together. If you head to that section of the city, you can't mistake it. It's the busiest point in town. Definitely the most heavily populated and industrious portion of the city, outside of the refineries and the miners' union. But unfortunately, they will likely be closing up shop early today. It is we are approaching a sacred holiday, if you will.
How long will they be closed for? How long is the holiday?
Generally, it lasts approximately 48 hours. It's a sacred time for the city of Tafar. It celebrates the time when our conquest over the earliest. It's a sort of founding-like ritual. It's hard to explain, but the dynasty itself owes its beginnings to this illustrious battle, if you will. It's hard to explain in simple terms to those who have not grown up amongst the dynasty, but it's sort of... The best way I can describe it is sort of an independence. An escape from under the lash, if you will. For some, it is a celebrated day. For others, it is a day of mourning. For others, it is simply a time of rest. There is also the, of course, you can discuss with various members of the Miners Guild. They may have information of if the individual you seek has come in contact or been seeking work outside the city or in and around the city. They may have some information, and you're welcome to try many of the taverns. Might be another point of contact, but I'm afraid I can give no further details.
Well,
Thank you for sharing what you can.
Yes, and it's possible for you to point us in the direction of a good place to stay while we're here.
Of course. There's the Golden Apple is a popular location. There's also the Breath of Helios is another popular tavern and inn, as well as the Smile of Ollie is another entertainment area, if you will, popular amongst more of the rabble-rousing crowd, if you will. That's where I would recommend.
Thank you very much.
Of course. You watch as he gives a nod and begins to make his final rounds, questioning anyone else that appears to have any sort of contact with the immediate incident at hand. And you watch as Tarmo behind you, as well as the red-headed dwarven man that had summoned the fire elemental to put out the roaring flames among the entertainment car, are busily dragging this half-emptied trunk back onto the train.
Is Esterine still here, or
are
they taking her away to a hospital of sorts already?
In the immediate area, you don't see them. She's from what you can tell, they most likely began to move her away as she was in critical condition upon your arrival.
That makes sense.
But at this point, it is a little after mid-afternoon. At this point in time, it is quite hot in this part of the dynasty. It is a very arid environment, but you notice that along the river itself, the Jamila River, it is quite busy with boat traffic at all times. You see boats coming and going in both directions. And I actually have a little bit of read for you guys here. The city of Tafar, although smaller in an overall footprint to the capital of Callista, swiftly makes up for it in density and sheer foot traffic. Tafar is the hub of commerce and the northern jewel of the dynasty. Unlike its older sister, Tafar prides itself in melding technology and innovation in its cultural heritage. Many an arcane-propelled vessel can be seen along the Jamila River, parading goods along its fertile waters. The city skyline is seen in all directions, is dominated by earthen silo-like structures reinforced with manufactured steel from the Vanarut mountain mines and forges. Inside these heavily guarded repositories are the reserves of the dynasty. Raw ores and precious stones, particularly raw lunarium ore. Along the many roads leading westward towards the rolling dunes are caravans of miners. These brave souls are commissioned by the city to extract precious minerals and return it for processing. From that point, it can be grafted to all manner of materials to instill them with arcane properties or further enhance those naturally occurring. Along the river, an ever-present chorus of traders cry out to the world what they have on offer. Crafts of all sorts can be seen floating along the river with among simple fishing boats to massive pontoon ships that drag gargantuan cast iron crucibles from stop to stop between the multiple refineries. What little space remains gets quickly occupied by many complicated alleyways catering to the needs of Tafara's people. In the evening, as traffic settles along the riverside, the ever-moving people cool themselves in the many watering holes scattered throughout the city and partake from the street vendors who can be found at all hours of the day. And you all see along the riverbanks and tied off at many locations, almost like a floating city, if you will, many of these vendors you see have formed this sort of makeshift shanty town, if you will, connected in many ways, selling all manner of weapons to foodstuffs to drinks to various alchemical agents, raw materials, things of all nature can most likely be found here. As the sun begins to beat down on you all in the mid to late afternoon, what would you like to do?
I don't know if I bought you up, but that sounds like my kind of town.
I express I'm tired and hurt. I want sleep.
That's fair. Well, y'all want to find somewhere to stay?
I think that might be for the best. We've had a pretty grueling several days.
I nod my head.
Well, he gave us three options: Golden Apple, the Breath of Helios, Smile of Ali, was it?
The
Smile
yeah.
of Ali.
Apple sounds good. They have
The
food,
golden
apples.
The golden apple sounds bougie though.
I never ate golden apple.
All right, maybe we go check out the golden apple.
Okay. You all begin to head, following along the trafficked ways, kind of following the well-beaten path of the locals, deep into the cityscape, and you immediately begin to see the density of this location. Whereas you see a lot of these buildings, these structures, all have kind of popped up along the river. That this seems to be like the main thoroughfare and lifeline of this sort of oasis town that grew into a massive city of the north. And you look up and you can smell a mixture of iron being forged in all directions, tied together with the subtle smells of food in different directions, as well as the kiln drying of various ingredients, from clays to dried herbs and things of that nature. It is quite a mix of smells. You have this strong air of heavy industry mixed with colloquial atmosphere, all kind of hodgepodge together around the main structures themselves. Some of which you can see on the opposite side of the river. You see these large, billowing plumes of smoke coming out from these structures as you see various individuals gathering around the riverside, using the cooling waters as a means of tempering and cooling white hot metal directly in the clear waters of the river. In addition, you see various machinery pumping and removing water to and from the river in what you can make out through this whole process as a device meant for cooling some of these large furnaces and machinery. As you walk into the city, and you get the kind of idea as you walk around where the sort of draw is as far as large numbers of people, go ahead and give me a group perception check, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Oh, 17 total for me.
Okay. Overall, it doesn't take you long following the lead of some of the locals to find the major hubs of bars and taverns, and it is getting later in the afternoon, and you can begin to see some of these individuals coming back from deep in the deserts to the west. Large companies of miners heading to these larger communal structures where you see whole families beginning to gather up in this late afternoon atmosphere. And it doesn't take you long asking a couple questions and just generally looking around to find the area that the Dragonborn Guard had discussed. The one in particular that you are looking for, I believe you said you were looking to go to the Golden Apple.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't take you too long, maybe about 30, 45 minutes to kind of get your bearings. Having been into to and from a few major cities now, you kind of get the way things are sort of laid out in these cities. But in asking around, you are able to find this tavern pretty quickly, this inn. It is a large 4-story stone and clay building, and you can already begin to hear the rowdiness of some of the floors. There seems to be a separation. The first floor seems to be the most intense as far as the number of people. As you walk in, you see that there is a large circular bar right in the middle, and you can get the immediate scent of cooking meats. And you look across, and you can see there's a large grill top with an open fire pit, and you can see these hanging meats either smoking over this fire pit or being grilled on this large extended grate. This grill itself is probably 10, 11 feet in diameter total, completely surrounded by a stone structured bar and a stone and clay top. Obviously you don't want to put wood right next to a large open fire, but you can see that a number of the staff members are just slinging drinks in all directions across this polished stone countertop, calling out. It seems to be a very ruckus environment, at least for the time being. Behind that, you see a wood-topped sort of reception area that's a bit less intense. and a bit more posh, if you will. It is a finely polished oak reception desk, behind which you see a number of staff members, a bit better dressed, as they attend to what appears to be a bit higher, seed clientele in this establishment. As you see them discussing and handing over keys and things of that nature. And to the right of that, you see a large, wide staircase that spirals up to the next level. What would you all like to do?
I want to walk up to the posh counter.
Okay. As you walk up, you are greeted by a halfling man who's standing atop a raised platform on wheels. And you watch as he kind of pulls himself side to side as he's attending to the various guests of the counter. It takes a moment as he finishes up with another guest before he turns to you all.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I was wondering if we might be able to procure some rooms for the evening.
Of course. Is this your first time in Tafar?
Yes, it is.
Excellent, excellent. And how many rooms will we be needing this evening?
I look to my companions. 1, 2, 3.
3 total rooms? Of course.
And you look, this halfling man, he's very well dressed. He's got a silk vest on with an overcoat. Despite this heat, he seems to be completely refusing to remove any type of this demeanor. Of course, you can see he's very professional in his approach and his appearance. His hair is slicked back. You can definitely tell that he's sweating as he moves around and slides this raised platform back and forth along the back of the counter to grab what looks like a large tome that he then slides back along with him and reaches it over, and you can see that it is a guest log. And he begins to flip through to one of the most current pages. And he reaches down. He's got a pair of spectacles at the end of his nose that are brought together by a finely made gold chain that ties behind his head as he raises them down to stare through them like reading glasses.
Yes, I believe we have a few rooms. They aren't all in the same location, but we do have 3 vacancies, if you don't mind being apart from one another.
Y'all okay with that?
How much?
Well, one is on the 3rd floor, and the others are on the 2nd floor.
I look to you guys. We sleep together, save money.
I could share a room. I'm okay with that.
1 or 2 then. 'Cause if we get, it's up to you. 1 or 2. I don't care.
I mean, I used to sleep on the streets, so a room is a nice luxury.
How many beds are in a room?
Traditionally 1, but if needed, we can certainly, for an additional fee, get you 2 smaller beds.
How much is a room? Or a 1 bedroom?
Traditionally, a 1-bed room is 12 gold a night.
How much for the extra bed?
That would be an additional 3 gold for the evening.
Okay. We can all share 1 room with an extra bed. And I'll hand him 15 gold.
Certainly, sir.
And you watch as he flips the pages back over, and you watch as he does so, he reveals that there's a number of hidden pockets that have been cut out and in these brass cases along the book pages. You can see now where the weight of this tome is coming from. Is the keys are actually like on the opposite side of the book. As he opens them up, finds the room number that's etched into the top of the compartment, opens it up, and hands you one of the brass keys.
If you should be needing any beverages to your room, do not hesitate to call. Any food service will, of course, be an additional charge. Any bathing implements, of course, will also be an additional charge.
That really is expensive. I say under my breath. And I ask them if they have any golden apples.
I'm afraid not, sir. Our namesake comes from the old wives' tale about the golden apple and the silver dragonborn.
I slump my head down in disappointment.
Oh.
You would not be the first to ask that question, of course, but none of us have ever seen, or likely will ever see, a golden apple. If you were to ever find one, I would certainly love to know.
You can hear a bit of sarcasm in his voice.
What's the old wives' tale? We're not from around here.
Well, rumor has it that a fabled city of elves many, many eons ago in the northwestern portion of the continent harvested said golden apples, and that they were said to heavily prolong one's life, and that a young maiden of the dynasty, one of the earliest, the royal family, was said to have found such a golden apple, and although it did not prolong their life, it is said to prolong the life of the dynasty and its ruling family.
Well, that would certainly be a phenomenal item to find.
It certainly would.
Thank you, sir. We'll let you know if we need anything else.
Of course, do not hesitate to ask.
And you watch as he immediately goes back, and as he says that, immediately goes to the next person without missing a beat. At this point, you have your room for the evening. What would you like to do?
I immediately lay down in one of the beds and immediately start snoring.
That's fair.
Fair. Very fair.
Well, if that's the case, and you all would like to, is there anything else you would like to do before you all take your rest for the evening?
I think I'm good.
I'm already sleeped.
Yeah, I guess we'll tackle investigating and asking some questions after a long rest.
Okay. That item that you were given, Dazes, does require attunement. Just so you're aware.
Gotcha.
So, if you would like, you can certainly do that this evening, and you would have ample time to attune to it and equip it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. That works.
Okay. So, you all take your rest for the evening. You can go ahead and take a long rest, refill your spell slots, refill your hit points. A much needed rest after a longer trip than you anticipated aboard the Railway Tavern, a much more eventful trip than you had anticipated, having come in contact with strange creatures of the desert, strange individuals in the desert, and strange individuals looking to kill one another aboard a train. Nothing less than a trifecta of a tiring situation getting from point A to point B, but you are now at your destination in search of Gamil Gesh, the Bronze Dragonborn and former commander of the Silver Talons. As you wake early in the morning to the sound of a steam whistle far off in the distance, a sound all too familiar to the people of this land, a sound of an early to rise, early to bed crew working the forges and the refineries. But as you've come to find out, this is a short day, and you can sense the enthusiasm for some. Others you can already begin to see are beginning to approach the various markets that are open, seeking to gather small trinkets, flowers, and things of that nature to visit loved ones that are no longer with them in the various mausoleums and cemeteries on the opposite side of the river, to pay respect to those who gave their lives in conflicts in the past, and as well as celebrate a day or two of rest. With that, what would you like to do?
Can I attempt to recall any relevant information that we got from Herathaba while we were still in Callista? I can't remember if she really gave us anything in particular.
Go ahead and give me a general intelligence check.
Okay.
Just roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier. A 10.
Oh, so average.
Yeah. It's hard to say. You remember the general gist of it, that Gamil had been kind of defunct as in his leadership role due to failure to uphold his most critical duty of protecting the heir apparent to the throne. But you know that he was banished. And that she only knew about this due to her close ties with Gamil, that he had begun his journey northward to this city in particular. But you really didn't get too much beyond that.
Okay. And what exactly does banishment entail?
Go ahead and give me a history check. This one's gonna be kind of difficult. But we'll see if you
Nat
recall
20.
it.
Woo!
Not bad, actually. Not a nat 20, but
Oh, well, 19's not bad. It was a pretty high DC, but yeah, that you would recall that banishment, what little you understand of politics in the dynasty, is banishment is probably the worst punishment that one could receive outside of an immediate execution. That it's, for some, banishment is not so bad a thing as you retain your life, but for others, you lose everything that you've worked for in said life, and you lose all reputation, you lose all, you lose all sway with society in the dynasty, particularly for somebody as high-ranking as the commanding officer of the Silver Talons, a well-known military group, to be banished so unceremoniously, it's quite the punishment, and you would know that. You kind of got that sense as well, having spoken to. You could see the hardship in Parathava's discussion about the matter, as well as the severe reluctance to talk about it from the guard that you all spoke with the previous day. That it didn't seem like an intense hatred you got from that individual, but you can definitely tell there was a sense of loss in their tone.
Any ideas?
We find and beat up Dragonborn to get info.
That is an option. And, I don't know if it's our best option, but we can keep that in mind.
I like the energy.
I nod like I gave a great idea, and
Yeah,
you guys approved
yeah.
it.
We give you like a thumbs up, like yeah. It's gotta be someone that's okay to talk to us, not sworn under oath or anything, so we might have to check a little bit more of the underbelly than go the kind of usual route as far as I can think. But
We explored the underbelly before, I suppose.
yes.
People always try to kill us in underbelly.
Yes, that is true. It does come with its host of dangers. I mean, something this high profile can't escape the notice of people who get paid for information, right?
Yeah, I suppose not.
I nod blankly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can go visit some taverns. Or a tavern,
Yep.
maybe not some taverns. Which ones did the Silver Dragonborn mention again? I remember he mentioned. Oh, he mentioned the Miners Guild members,
Mm-hmm.
and he mentioned the Traders Union Center City.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote those down. I think there was something in between also.
There was another tavern in called Ollie's, the Smile of Ollie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Was another option in lieu of the Golden Apple, and then as well as another tavern as well. Shoot.
You said Breath of Helios.
The Breath of Helios. Thank you. I wrote it down and I'm like, quick. Okay. Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, let's, I mean, I personally wanted to go to the Smile of Ollie, but
Well, we can make our way there
alright.
if Floof doesn't mind.
Sure. They
Okay.
have alcohol.
I am willing to take a guess that they do.
You
I was thinking
all.
maybe a bit early for that.
Why?
Fair enough.
All right, is that where you all are heading?
Yep.
Yes.
So, asking a few quick questions to some of the locals you see kind of moving around. They point you in the general direction, a bit eastward of the center part of the city as you kind of head around the outer portion of the outer wall of the city. And sooner or later you come to kind of the lower back end of town. the structures here you can see, whereas previously the area you were in when you took your rest for the evening was well maintained, well painted. Now you're seeing similar architecture, but the stucco and stone veneer where it has been painted has chipped off almost immediately. And a lot of these buildings, they didn't even bother to try to repaint them. They're a combination of stone and kind of mixed in with various scraps of wood or other pieces of iron or things like that have been hapdashed into makeshift structures. You see a wide variety of individuals in this, quite a bit more even than the main entrance of the city, where you saw a good number of Dragonborn. But now on this side of town, you're beginning to see there's a higher percentage of Orcish population, as well as goblins, peoples from the further northern regions outside the Jamila dynasty are kind of congregating in this area. You can definitely get that sense that there's a higher population of that in this region, as well as a mixture of you see a handful of kobolds, as well as a number of tabaxi. For the first time, you see a larger percentage of feline humanoids wandering around for the first time. For some of you, the very first time you've ever seen a tabaxi. Floof, you would not have encountered this group of people. And Trash, you had very loose sort of interpretations and interactions with tabaxi. Most of the ones that you would encounter, just because of their feline appearance, most of the rattlings that you sort of grew up associating with gave them a wide berth just because of that feline appearance. And that kind of reminds you of that as you encounter some of these individuals. But as you enter in to one of these sort of side streets and back alleys, you see a sign hanging loosely from like one chain. You can definitely tell there was another chain, but it either broke or the sign was stolen and recovered and only hung up with one chain. It's hard to tell. But it definitely is kind of hanging on to one side and kind of rotating slowly back and forth as it catches each end of the link. And you see kind of painted pretty slapdash this sort of two-sided faced mask. One side is mostly black with a white smile that edges up from the center of the mouth up towards where the ear would be of this sort of play mask, and the other side you see goes in the opposite direction into a frowning face. The other half is like a white portion with a black mouth, this sort of yin and yang type contradiction of faces, almost like the comedy and tragedy masks, if you will, but merged into one. And you would recognize this. Is anybody proficient in religion?
Not me.
I'm not.
I am not.
Okay. You have a loose idea that there's some sort of religious iconology here, but you wouldn't know what exactly. You have a bit of idea based on the name. This might have to do with one of the major deities, but you don't know too much beyond that. But you walk in, and at this point you can already begin to hear there's a loud sort of ruckus music playing from the opposite end inside this this two-story bar structure. There's chipping paint all over this masonry work in all sides of this building. On the back side, you kind of, as you walk through, there's an alley that separates, and there's this like 25 foot wall and a set of stairs at the end of this run about 50 feet back, and sort of in the shadows, just at the edge of your those of you who have dark vision can see where it's kind of blocked off by some of these raised canopy sails over the top of the wall to shield from the sun. You can hear a person like doubled over and heaving and basically tossing their cookies against the wall.
Oh.
Already first thing in the morning. Or perhaps from the prior evening, you don't really know. Either way, it doesn't sound or smell good. The Floof, you would get the immediate smell, a combination of stale beer, urine, and potentially vomit.
Ooh, what a good mixture.
And as you approach some of these buildings, you get the distinct smell of rust from anything that's metallic.
I'll cover my nose and say it stinks in here. Who else do I see or who else is in here? Anyone?
Inside the building?
Yeah.
There's a good number of people already. You see that there's a group of dwarves that are seated at one of the tables that are playing cards with a stack of what looks like loose change. It's not a very high betting table, you can tell. And then you see on the opposite end where you heard the music coming from is a fire genasi man with a bandage across one side of his face, and he's playing a viola alongside an individual who's got a lyre, a kind of a hand sort of guitar, if you will, that doesn't have a neck but is like a combination of a guitar and a harp. And they're not bad, but you can definitely tell that they need a bit of practice. they're not the worst thing you've ever heard, but they definitely miss some notes. And then you see behind the bar is an orcish man, a full orcish man, which is even rare in this part to see most of those you see have some type of mixed blood lineage, but this individual is quite large. They're easily as tall as you are, Floof. Very robust build, and very large tusks protruding, far more than some of the mixed lineage individuals that you've seen thus far. And he's in the process of cleaning out one of the sink basins of various dishes and cups from the previous evening, and trying to stack them back up on this rather dusty shelf on one side, and moving things around, but keeping a close eye on anything going on in the bar. But besides that, there's a number of just, random individuals scattered about inside the bar. From what you've gathered, it's lively for such an early morning. It's hard to tell if these individuals just, kept going or they got up to put some hair on the dog.
I'll walk up to the orc bartender and ask what you got tasty.
What would you like, friend? I have mini beer and I have mini liquor. Take your pick.
Tasty, fruity, yummy drink.
Friend, you're at the smile of Ollie. It all tastes like piss. But it does the trick.
I turn to Dazes. I don't like the taste of piss.
Well, then we may have to relocate for some better tasting.
I can promise you it'll do the trick. It's strong.
Strong's good, right? Floof?
I take one piss drink.
Right.
All right. And you see him uncork this like unlabeled bottle, this like kind of faded jade-like bottle that has kind of an ovular shape, and he pops the cork on it and pours this sort of like bronzish colored liquid into a glass for you. And immediately as you pick it up and begin to put it towards your nose, it is very strong. Like it has the scent of rubbing alcohol. And like rubbing alcohol soaked with pennies.
Yum. Is it a beer or a shot, or what is it?
It smells like hard liquor. Very hard liquor.
Is it a lot? Like, is it?
It's like a double shot.
Yeah, I'll down it in one sip.
Okay.
And cough. I'll do the shot cough. Make
Okay.
the face.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, brother.
With a 7. It takes you a good like couple minutes to get it completely down. You don't like vomit it back up, but it definitely does not go down smoothly. It tastes like a mouthful of copper. It is not a pleasant experience. It definitely does the trick. If you had any type of sore throat, this would definitely kill anything, that was making you feel ill.
I'm throwing the glass at the bartender.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and give me a you're not proficient with, so go ahead and just give me a straight dex roll. So go ahead and roll a d20 and add your dexterity modifier.
Is it a ranged attack?
You watch as this bartender just adeptly ducks out of the way as the glass shatters against the wall. That'll be 3 gold, friend. You owe me a new glass. You're not the first person to throw shit at me. You're definitely you're not good at it.
I'll say that tastes awful as I throw all 3 coins at him.
Not the worst thing I've done for money.
Floof is very upset.
Hold on one sec, guys. What the hell? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. OBS was giving me weirdness.
Your stream just crashed though.
Oh, did
Oh,
it?
there, it's back. It's back.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I got like a weird, like, OBS has disconnected. I was like, okay. I also forgot to hit the recording button immediately, so I'll probably have to rip the VOD off Twitch, at least for a few minutes. But, like, as long as I get paid, friend, I don't care.
Well, I suppose we can get to why we came in the first place.
Yeah. Why here?
to ask for information.
On who again? It's Gamil, right?
This is Gamil. I whisper.
I straight up yelled, "Yo! Anyone know Gamil?"
Oh no.
You yell this out to the bar?
I'm yelling it. I'm out of here. I want out.
Okay.
Could be worse.
Yeah, that's actually as far as you know.
Go ahead and give me your choice. Describe to me how you're doing it. Are you trying to you're just blurting this out without any care in the world, or are you trying to
I'm
have some...
angry about being in the stinky bar of that shitty drink. I want out of here. I'm mad. And I'm yelling it.
Go ahead and give me an intimidation roll.
Oh no.
All right, with a 17. You shout at the top of your lungs to everyone who can hear you in this bar, giving a pretty good fright to the two musicians to the point where they like stop playing for a few seconds, and you watch as like the group of dwarves that are sitting close to you playing cards all look at you at unison, and you look over, and there's a number of different people that are kind of looking at you and giving you the side eye. Others are just like, I don't want any part of this. You get the immediate impression like, I'm not speaking up. As a few of them just, grab their drinks and, take a big swig while they're looking the other way. Go ahead with that roll. Give me an insight check and you can have advantage.
Okay.
Okay, the 20. You notice there is, on the opposite end of the bar, there's a young Dragonborn man. He appears to be, from this distance, a green Dragonborn. And he's not wearing any armor. He's in, what looks like just relatively, unpadded clothing, relatively simple clothing. And as you kind of look and he looks up at you with recognition, you see he's there. The clothes that he wears, they kind of look like some sort of training clothes, like some sort of at this distance they look like well, you, Dazes, would kind of recognize these. They look like some sort of sparring outfit.
Okay.
Like some sort of something someone would wear while in the midst of either like athletic training attire or some sort of martial training attire. Loose fitting, sleeveless, relatively light, and you kind of see as he locks eyes with you, Floof. You hear him call out, Gregory, have him come over here, but tell him to bring a couple more drinks. How do you respond?
I buy a couple more drinks.
All right.
You better be fast. I point at him. I'm stomping over.
Hey, I'll bring the drinks out.
Okay. That'll be a 2 gold from you.
Okay.
As the bartender gives you a couple more smaller shots of the same sort of liquid.
I'm picking up the Dragonborn.
Oh boy.
And I'm staring at him.
Okay.
I ask, where is Camille?
Go ahead and give me an athletics check. Okay. You go to grab this Dragonborn, and as you do, you watch as he grabs his hand around your wrist and immediately begins to spin it the other way behind your back. And he... is going to drive his elbow into your back and force you down to the ground. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Easy.
All right, you keep yourself up so you don't go down to a prone position, but you do take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you feel the elbow of this spiny dragonborn hit into your spine. And I'm not looking for a fight. Okay? You're looking for Camille, right?
I'll join this, and I'll hand Floof one of the drinks.
I'm throwing it at the bartender.
And I'll hand the green dragonborn, was it?
Yes, this is a green dragonborn.
The other one, as I remove Floof from this.
Okay. You watch as he's got Floof by the hand. Floof, you can make another dexterity check, but you'll be doing it at a disadvantage to throw the drink as he's got you restrained right now.
I'm throwing the drink, but I will follow
Okay.
Dazes. Dazes is my voice of social reason, so I'll calm down, but I'm still throwing.
Are you
Okay.
drinking it first, or are you throwing it?
Hell no!
All right. Give me a dexterity check. So basically, roll 2 d20s. So you're rolling at disadvantage.
Oh well, it's 4. I rolled them separately. But...
Okay. Yeah. Either way. Yeah. You go to throw it, and it's like you're trying to make a behind the back shot into a hoop, and you didn't even hit the backboard. It just like completely, poof, just. You owe me another glass. And you.
And I say that one's yours.
I throw 3 more coins.
All right. Whatever. But the green dragonborn releases your hand. Have a seat. You looking for Camille?
I suppose we made that obvious.
You did yell it across the bar.
Well, whatever gets us results, you know?
To each their own. Yeah, I know Camille. I did know him. I know where he's at now, but where are y'all trying to find him?
Wherever we can, I suppose.
No, seriously, why are you trying to find him?
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually thought he said where.
No, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Why are you trying to find him?
Well, we were, I guess you could say hired by someone who knew him in Callista to try to get a hold of him.
And who's this contact in Callista? Only a handful of people who know Camille like that.
Is it Parathaba? I forgot.
Yeah.
They had a
Yeah,
last name
Parathaba.
After that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know Parathaba. Yeah, she got kind of thrown into this whole ordeal. Yeah, her and
She's doing her best.
yeah, her and Camille were tight. But yeah, I know him. Trained with him for quite a bit actually. We never really hit it off all that well though. But I might know a person who might know where he is.
Oh, we're listening.
Well, I appreciate the drink, but it's not gonna wet my whistle for very long. Perhaps you can sweeten the pot a little bit here.
How much was the drink?
It was a couple gold. Couple gold. Well, it was 3 because he broke the glass.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, without the glass first.
Without the glass.
I don't know how what we talking. I
Friend, I'm not talking about alcohol in this situation. I'm talking about how much money you got in your pocket.
I want to start small. I only want to slide him 10 gold. Let's see what it says.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
I'm not trying to go broke here.
All right. I can see you're serious. Yeah, Gamil was, he was here briefly. He popped into his old haunt. He's got direct family here. Yeah, you can probably find out more about him at the, there's a place, closer to the center of town. It's pretty well known. You can't miss it. It's called the Feedy Scale Dojo. It's where some of the biggest names in the god, Silva Talons, some of the biggest soldiers, they all train there, including Gamil.
Is that where you met him?
Yeah, he and I didn't really hit it off. Kicked my ass pretty good. Since then, I haven't been back.
Wow.
You kind of see there's a large bruise under like where the ear would sort of be. Just below that, along the neck and scales, where you kind of see some of the softer tissue. That regardless of how much training you do, you'll always have those soft tissues around, you know, the your ears and your eyes and mouth and things like that. You can definitely see there is a heavy bruise there. Yeah. Kind of ran my mouth a bit too much while I was in there, and yeah. Master Leopold said, "Don't come back until I figure things out."
And how long ago was this?
Oh, it's hard to say between all the drinks, but maybe 3 or 4 days. Went on quite a bender after the master told me to cool my jets.
It's understandable.
Why's Paris still trying to find him? I mean, as far as tradition's concerned, he's as good as dead. And,
Perhaps.
you know, I told him that, and that's when he got pissed off.
I think she has reason to believe that while his situation is dire, there's maybe more to the story than initially meets the eye, and I think that this individual really cares for him and just wants to, I guess, uncover the truth and maybe do right by him is at least the feeling that I got.
Yeah, she always kind of had the hots for him. Makes sense. Don't tell her I said that. She'll kill me. Yeah, if I was gonna search for him, definitely, you're gonna want to talk to Master Leopard. But I can tell you, he ain't gonna divulge shit. At least not easily.
No, we'll see about that.
You're welcome to try, friend. You know, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut moving forward. I don't need another ass beating like that one.
Well, appreciate the information.
Of course. Good luck wherever you're going. And if you're going to the dojo, you're gonna need it. It's at this point you kind of see... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just asking, did y'all have anything else you wanted to ask him?
I still have rage blinders.
Just making sure.
And you watch as he goes back to drinking, and even he takes a slow sip of the drink and just gives that like side turn of the head. Oh my god. Thank god this stuff does the trick, because it tastes like shit. But with that information... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I guess I was gonna say, I guess we can roll out.
All right. Well, with that information from this supposed student of the PD Dojo, you head out of the Smile of Ollie. A bit worse for wear, but not overly roughed up. With a bit more information. A potential lead to finding your reason for being here in Tafar. What would you like to do?
Do y'all want to go straight there?
Yes. Let's make quick.
Alright. What time of day is it? It's like midday?
At this point in time, it's still before noon. It's probably like mid to late morning at this point.
Okay.
I would assume you guys probably woke up rather late after your, kind of nursing your injuries from the previous eventful day. So yeah, I would say it's probably mid to late morning, not quite noon yet.
Oh yeah, I guess we can roll the CD Dojo.
Okay. It takes you a bit of time to get through the hustle and bustle of the center part of the city. But with a bit of questioning, it doesn't take you too long. It's not a hidden secret by any means, the dojo that you're inquiring about. The Fidi scale, as you ask a few people, you especially some of the more affluent-looking individuals that you come across, all kind of, give this, certainty and, kind of reverence of respect of this location. And it's kind of, you get the idea that it has a good amount of tradition and respect behind the name of the dojo. As you come across it now, it takes you about maybe half an hour, a little more, to finally come upon the dojo. It is a simple building, well maintained. You can see that there's a number of similarly dressed individual students you gather with similar garb to the Green Dragonborn that you saw in that bar. Similar training outfits to this individual. They're outside washing the front of the entrance, some of the door openings, as well as one individual has a paint bucket and is going about repainting the front portion of the wooded shutters to the dojo. And you can see these individuals. One is probably in their early teens. The other's a bit older, probably closer to like 16 or 17 years of age. A human boy with dirty blonde hair, pretty well built. The older one, you can definitely see the results of their training, and then you see the younger lad is a half orcish young man with blackish hair cut into a sort of very, very short mohawk, with the sides very tight, almost shaven, with rather small tusks protruding from the lower jaw, as is customary for that sort of ancestry to some degree, but with sort of palish greenish yellow tint to their skin. And as you approach, they look at you.
We're not expecting guests today. Can I help you?
Yes, we were hoping to meet with Master Leopard if he is available.
He's preparing for a demonstration with some of the nobility the next few days. If it's an urgent matter, I can ask him, but otherwise, you may have to come back in a few days. What is it pertaining to?
It's pertaining to Camille.
Camille?
And you kind of see he looks over at the older boy that's painting the shutters.
You're looking for Master Camille?
Yes.
Joffrey, go talk to Master Leopard. Tell him it's urgent. I'm gonna have to ask you all to wait out here until he returns.
And he kind of steps between you and the door. It takes a few minutes, and you don't hear much. And you watch as he waits patiently. His right hand clenched into a fist into his open palm of the other, with it pressed, horizontally against his chest in a very, kind of a like an at ease attention, if you will. As he waits for a response from the younger student, who returns about 5 or 6 minutes later.
Master Leopard was He says he'll hear what you have to say, but you need to make it quick.
And you watch as the two of them push open the double wooden doors and escort you all inside. As you walk in, the dojo has it's rather cool in here by comparison to the outside. You can definitely tell that the walls are quite thick, made to kind of insulate this space, as well as the wooden shutters that are all closed to kind of prohibit the midday sun from heating up the interior too much. And inside, you see there is a number of various students, all with a variety of similar sort of garb to the ones that you've seen now with the green dragonborn in the bar, as well as these two young students. But a few of them wearing more ceremonial armor, like leather armor, as you walk in, as they seem to be preparing for some sort of event. As this doesn't look like the same sort of like training armor that you might have seen in other, in your experiences, Dazes, having trained with your particular teacher. But you can kind of see there's a lot of hurry and hustle and bustle here. This is, seems like a relatively important event that's going on. On the opposite end, from this hustle and bustle of this long rectangular wooden floor, you see this floor, this well-polished wooden floor, and well-maintained interior, lined with various racks that contain not only wooden versions of various weapon types, but also fully battle-ready weapons on the other side, that are some of which are chained up to the wall and held under lock and key, while others are just there. You can see that are kind of propped up and are well maintained, that are there for more show, if you will. But you see the more the wear and tear on some of the wooden versions of said weapons. Like you see a long sword, but it has a well polished wooden blade as opposed to a metal one. And you see a number of glaives and things of that nature, meant as simulation weapons for sparring and things of that nature. But as you walk in and walk along the outer edge, you see on the far side from where you entered in this dojo, all this area is, with the shutters closed, is relatively dark, with the exception of these wall oil lanterns that are hung. Up until now, you've gotten kind of used to seeing a lot more of the magically lit lanterns in some of the other cities, as has become more popular for sources of light, often which is fueled with various arcane spells, as well as fueled with oftentimes lunarium, or some combination of the two. Here you see very traditional oil lanterns that are kind of spread around, and the only natural light you see coming in is from two open shutters that kind of point to the center of this sparring circle, to give as much light as possible to these two individuals as they you see two young men in those same sort of clothes attempting to grapple one another. One is a older human lad. He's about probably late teens, maybe even early 20s now. Very well built, very muscular, but not like overly bulky. And then you see a slightly younger young man that has a younger face, but is just as built, if not more. with a bit more of a heavier build to him, but you can see that the older student is, as you watch, particularly you, Dazes, you can see that the way that this older student is sort of manipulating what appears to be a stronger individual into sort of doing what they want them to do, as opposed to, you know, having to meet them head to head in a battle of strength. On the opposite side of that, even still, you come across two Dragonborn. One, a much younger Dragonborn, both of them brass in complexion. One much younger, probably mid-teens, 13, 14, 15, somewhere in that range. Still very bright scales. And behind them, kind of positioning their stance as they hold a wooden replica longsword, is a much older brass Dragonborn, with a well-maintained beard that kind of extends down almost to their navel from their chin, but with you know, a bit duller scales, you know, definite scarring around the face and arms and shoulders, wearing ceremonial, both of them wearing ceremonial armor pieces, as you can see that this much older Dragonborn is in the process of instructing this younger student in their stance as you all approach. And as you do this, the young orcish boy, you know, gives a ceremonial bow to this older Dragonborn. Master Leopold, these are the individuals coming to speak with you. As he steps away and then heads back with the young man outside. And this is what you all see. Just a moment here.
Cool.
Ooh.
Very dragony.
Super dragony.
It's a few minutes before he takes note of you all, as he's not diminishing his instruction in any way, as he speaks to this young man, trying to slowly move his stance into the proper form. Once it's in final position, you watch as the young man steps forward in almost a sort of overhead slice downward, near perfectly coming down, and you feel the intensity of the blow, but the precision. You hear the older man speak.
Well done, son. Well done. Now I would like you to practice that 1,000 more times. After that, recall this form every time.
Before he turns to you.
Welcome. I am Master Leopold. What can I do for you?
Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice. And I greet him, however, would be the proper way to greet the master of a dojo. Dazes would know. I don't. A bow, I guess.
Yeah, you kind of watch what the students out front did and kind of try to mimic that as well. And although it's not perfect, he respects your attempt at a graceful introduction.
Yeah, well, as I'm sure your student informed you, we are attempting to locate Emil.
Well, I'm afraid I cannot say... I'm afraid I cannot help you with that, friend. I am sworn to say no more by my position. It is a shame what occurred with Camille, but unfortunately, my bond to the royal family extends till after my death.
Can you not speak at all about what happened a few days ago with the green dragonborn? At least.
You must mean Kendrick. Yes, he is a difficult one, that one. An intense spirit, a foolish mind. Quite the grappler, though. He has potential if he can ever keep his vices in check and his mouth shut.
Yes, potential. Well, he was the one who led us here.
Of course. He spoke out of turn and paid the consequence for said misspeak.
Spoke out of turn. Did he speak ill of Gamil?
You could say that.
I'll interject. Why no one can talk about Gamil?
When one is banished, they cease to exist. Those who are bound by their oath are not allowed to say anything of their accomplishments. It's as if they cease to be. Some may call this a mercy, others call it a fate worse than death. To lose all one's accomplishments in an instant. Someone like that, I'm sure it was more of the latter. But might I ask why you are seeking this individual?
Well, we were asked to track them down.
Mm-hmm.
By whom, might I ask?
An individual who believes the circumstances of his banishment may not be as straightforward as what was presented as the truth.
I can think of a short list of individuals who would think of this, who would be of this mind. One in particular, an honorable individual, if a bit foolish in their search for the truth. What do you intend to do if you find this person? They cannot return to where they were before. Who they were before. Once one is banished, it is a life sentence.
That's stupid.
But it is tradition, friend. A long-standing one.
Even if the truth is uncovered that the circumstances are unjust.
What do you view as unjust, little one?
Well, at least the recollection of events, it seems like there was a version of a story told to neatly explain away a person's banishment, and justifiably so, but I guess it's the situation is we were all told this story and it was presented as fact. And that's it. We are not allowed to talk about this person. We are not allowed to investigate any further. And I think this individual deserves to perhaps share if the story that's being widely told to everyone is in fact what occurred, or if there is perhaps another truth.
What do you know, little one, of our traditions here in Jamila Dynasty?
I must admit,
Let me explain. Many of our traditions are rooted in one's conviction, one's strength. I don't mean one's physical strength, one's will to do right, to believe what one is doing is right. The moment we stand in a position where convictions clash, and in our society, when this occurs, stronger of the two will always win out. At least one would hope. I can say no more in regards to the individual you seek. However, I do believe in finding what is correct in this world.
what is honorable. I can share that I don't believe that has occurred in the recent past. But to prove that a mistake was made is a monumental task in our society. Not to be taken up by one of faint of heart. Can you all prove to me that you have the conviction to set things right? How strong is your will to do the right thing?
I'm strong.
I see you have a strong body, son. But what of your mind? What of your will?
Strong will, not smart though.
His words
No,
may not.
he is... I do not doubt his drive, but... words are a dime a dozen here. I'd like to see what you all can... How can you prove to me that you can make this right?
I don't know if I'm the right person to speak for the group here, but I think a common bond that we share and a reason for us finding common ground, because we are all vastly different individuals. The reason why we started traveling together is because we do share this weird sense of seeking justice in our own ways against systems or individuals that have wronged us. And I can tell you're the type of individual who has a very good sense of character, of what drives people, and the what drives people to pursue their desires in life. And I hope it can come across that all of us are here not for glory or gold or attention of any sort of people in power. We are here because we have seen that someone was failed by the people or the systems that should have protected them, and we're just looking to help them.
You have a kind heart, little one. And a strong moral compass. But in the face of adversity, how much will that compass wane? I'd like to know. And you watch as he motions for the young man he was directly mentoring to take a seat, and and he reaches behind them to pull a wooden it looks like a two-sided club off one of the racks with two weights on either side, and as you kind of look at it, and as he pulls it off and gives it a quick turn in his hand, or two hands, you see it's meant to sort of simulate the weight and the impact of a two-sided glaive. And you watch as he swiftly slams it down into the floor, and you watch as all the young students that were up until now beginning to, in the hustle and bustle of either preparing for this some sort of ceremony, or we're sparring, or we're doing other tasks, all stand at attention and look at Master Leopard, and then begin to he does the same thing again, slams the end of the glaive into the floor, and you watch as they all sort of spread out to the outside of the dojo and take a seated position. I'm generally not one for words. Words are meaningless without action, without conviction, without will behind them. I'd like to see that will from you three before I agree to say any more. Would you humor this old man with a bit of a demonstration for my students? I'd like this to be as much a understanding for me and a confirmation, as well as a training opportunity for them. And you watch as he kind of steps to the other side of the sparring circle that you had otherwise seen in the center of the dojo, that the other two students had been grappling in earlier. The three of you are all welcome to work together. I want to see what you're capable of. Do you mind?
I mean, I'll look at my companions, but I don't think.
Are you sure?
Let me rephrase that. I insist. If you want to understand, you want further assistance from me, I do insist. As he takes up a stance opposite the three of you.
All right. Before we do this, I didn't officially apply it, but we had a long rest and everything, right? So we're
Yes, you did.
because I was like, I really don't want to go against this person.
Okay.
At
No, you had a long rest, yes. You slept at the Golden
perfect.
Apple.
I was gonna say, like, oh, I don't think I did it. But,
If we
okay,
died of
okay.
this old man, it was nice and on y'all.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's an 07 situation. If this is how the ship goes down.
All right. Well, with that, I would like everyone to roll initiative. All right. We're just kind of do this theater of their mind, because everything's kind of within a 60-foot or a 30-foot range here in this sparring circle. So we'll go ahead and just go with that. I don't have like a combat board or anything in this particular instance. So yeah, if there's a question about whether or not something's within range or whatnot, we're all kind of, when you're starting, everyone's within like 25 feet of each other. The radius of this sparring circle is about 30-foot diameter.
Okay.
But yes, you watch as Master Leopard steps forward, and you feel the weight of although he's a large individual and he is very muscular and very well built, as he stomps his foot down and brings this glaive sparring tool down forward towards the three of you on the opposite end of this sparring circle, you feel the weight of his foot stomp down as he cries out to you all. Let's see that conviction! Show me what you can do! Why should I believe your words? But with that, Dazes, you are first to act. What would you like to do, sir?
Man is gonna kill me. Alright. Well, I was gonna look for something specific, but I guess let's just go for it. I'll just roll straight up attack on it.
Okay. How are you attacking with your fists? Or are you attacking with your staff? How are you doing this?
The quarter staff, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and see that attack.
I guess one-handed.
Okay. All right. Yes, that a 21 is going to hit. You can go ahead and roll damage as you come down hard against the chest of this brass dragonborn. You feel the impact for sure, but he shows no outward signs of. All right.
Let's do both of them. It's the decent one.
One-handed.
Yeah.
Okay. Student of the martial arts. You have a strong teacher. Do you have a strong will to face danger? To face the unjust in the world, the lies that surround this world?
Oh wait, was he actually asking?
Yeah, he says this just as you strike him.
I must.
All right, it is still your turn. What would you like to do? You do have a second attack because you are, I believe you have extra attack now at level 5.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and make another if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll make another. Another attack with the. I'll do the first attack again.
Okay.
Is this second attack, and then I still have a bonus action after this, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So I'll probably use one on strike for the bonus action as well. But now the second attack with the quarterstaff.
Yes, an 18 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. As you make another another swift strike to the other shoulder. All right. These attacks, these consecutive strikes with your staff, you notice you hit solidly into this individual, but it's as if his muscles themselves are just protecting, and that the strikes are not doing as much damage as you would think. As you make solid contact, but you feel this intense willpower as he stands firm against your barrage of staff strikes.
Okay. I'm still gonna use my bonus action to unarmed strike.
Okay. Unfortunately, a 16 just misses.
Yeah.
As you go to move in, and as you go in, you make that second strike against the opposite shoulder, and then you go in with your offhand to try to strike. He catches it between his ribs and his elbow. Good attempt, but you lack focus. As he releases you and pushes you away. As he takes his stance once more.
Can I use my move action to get behind him after he pushes me away?
Yeah, you can certainly do that.
Okay.
All right. right.
That's me. That's it for me.
All right. We are on to you, Trash. What would you like to do? You watch as a series of strikes against Master Leopar comes from your companion, Dazes. And you see this intensity, this intense focus as the eyes do not leave this initial series of strikes, as he seems to be almost gauging you all more so than... well, in addition to being in combat with you all, he's trying to read your body language.
I guess. What should I don't want to, like, it. The implication is it's fair game, right? Like I don't have to. It doesn't have to be. We're just basically trying to attack him. Like I don't have to be mindful not to like.
Pull any punches.
Yeah, that's what I like. Like we don't have to indicate that it's like non-lethal or anything like that. Like he can hold his own kind of thing is the implication.
As he senses your hesitation, even after your companion begins the first barrage of strikes, he looks to you. You have nothing to fear, little one. Show me what you can do.
Okay. All right. On that note, then.
Show me this justice you spoke of.
All right. I was probably further back, right? I'm like within.
Yeah, you all would have been just on the edge of 30 feet away. The circle itself, the sparring circle is about 30 foot in diameter, and you were on opposite ends of it when you started.
Okay, so I would say... this is something I gamed recently, so just for me to check, if I were to, for example, cast Branding Smite on myself, even
yes.
with it would still count. Like I would still be able to, like, using a ranged attack, it would apply that
I believe,
damage to it, or no?
I believe
It has to be a
Branding
melee weapon.
Smite is a melee. Let me double check. I'm fairly certain
that's
it's
what I wanted to
melee. It
double-check.
should say in the description. Yeah, I'm fairly certain most smites are melee.
It says next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before the spell ends, the
Let me double check.
attack deals
here.
to the target. It seems like it should be melee, but I just wasn't 100% certain.
Mm-hmm. Use with Astral Radiance and Strike. It doesn't say anything about melee damage, so I'll allow it. Yeah, go for it. If you want to use a ranged weapon and smite, yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I will bonus action cast that onto myself.
Okay.
Or I guess. Oh wait, no, it does say self. Okay, yeah. So I will bonus action cast, and then afterwards I will ready my crossbow and I will fire a shot.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a shot with the crossbow. Let's see this.
That is 12 plus 8, 20.
20 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll for damage. And let me know how much it's piercing, correct?
For
piercing, yeah. Besides not the radiant damage, but it's piercing.
Yeah, for the crossbow, it is considered piercing.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah, piercing damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that's roll. Okay, so 7 plus 5, so 12 for the piercing damage.
Okay.
And for the smiting is 2d6.
Okay.
That's 5 and 1, so 6 radiant damage.
Okay.
So, I guess right. Piercing was 12 and radiant damage was 6.
Okay. You watch as the arrow makes a solid strike, and before it penetrates too deeply into his hide, definitely drawing a bit of blood as it catches him in the chest. But you watch as there's that secondary reaction as you feel this burst of radiant energy come from the impact zone as it almost kicks him back a few feet. And you see this bit of surprise in his look of his face, even at this distance, but it's quickly replaced with a smile, a bit of excitement, if you will, at the thought of being wounded by this strike.
Well done, little one. I see you have procured some interesting abilities. Learn to harness this power. Use it appropriately. Use it wisely.
As he pulls out the arrow and drops it to the ground. And again, proceeds to take that same stance. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think that's it for me. I'll stay put, and then does Panda get to go?
Yeah, they fall after your initiative, so.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Panda is going to do what Panda does best: get up in his business and try to
Okay.
attack him.
Let's see it.
Let's see. I just have to bring up his sheet. So let's see. What do I roll? Cool. Oh no, Panda! That was a natural one.
You watch as Panda comes scurrying up and takes a wide leaping strike towards Master Leopard, but without much effort, a large clawed brass hand grabs Panda at like mid leap, stopping them in their tracks.
You are an interesting creature.
And you can watch as they sort of struggle, having been, stopped mid leap, as they kind of try to scratch.
An interesting creature indeed. Sometimes a full frontal strike is not the wisest strategy.
And you're going to watch as he immediately slams them down. He is going to repost that missed attack. Getting a 19 to hit Panda. Is that...
Oh god, yeah.
Okay. All right. Panda is going to take 11 bludgeoning damage
No.
Oh no.
as they are slammed into the floor of the dojo. And again, you feel that same sort of primal intensity in that impact. Like, as some of the boards, you feel them begin to loosen, and you watch as some of the students are like, oh, you get that impression as you look over to the side, back and forth, that they're, they've seen this before. Some of the older students, this intensity, this sheer force of will, almost this primal release of energy in this strike, as they drive down your steel defender into the dojo floor. As they watch, and you hear Master Leopard say one more time, "Listen well, students. Watch. Observe your opponent. Make their strength your strength. Divert their attack and use it against them." Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That's it for me.
Okay. Floof, we are on to you. You watch as Panda is slammed down into the dojo floor and then released. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna, while maintaining eye contact with Lepar the whole time, Trash, I'm guessing you're still like right next to me, right? Like we're probably all standing in a line or something.
That's kind of, yeah, I
Okay.
would imagine.
I'm gonna cast Spider Climb and touch Trash.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, I'll say Trash, stay close. And I'm gonna mimic the exact pose Lepar is making, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Flattering stance. A good demonstration of observation. But you lack experience in your stance. Let me show you the proper method. And you again now feel this intensity as Leopard rushes forward and dashes towards. Normally you would get an opportunity attack, Dazes, but in this particular instance, it is so quick. The force of in this individual, rightfully so, shouldn't have this kind of mobility, but you watch in an instant they go from this stationary pose, and all that force of will is just propelling them forwards before you can get that opportunity attack.
No, that's crazy.
Mechanically, they have the mobile feat. So they're dashing with their bonus action. So just so you're not like, why is he doing this? They have the mobile feat, so they do not take opportunity attack. As they rush forward, you, within an instant, Floof, you watch as this Dragonborn is within a few feet of you. Let's see how you fare. And he is going to take a couple strikes with the glaive at you.
Oh, cool. Oh, fun.
That is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, I'll do it.
That is 8 bludgeoning damage as the first strike comes into your left rib cage, almost knocking the wind out of you as this blunt, which otherwise in a normal glaive would be a sharp cutting edge. This is like a blunt instrument as it strikes you in the ribs. Now he comes down with the second strike against your left shoulder. Getting a 28 to hit.
Holy gee.
Again, another 8 bludgeoning damage as it slams down into your collarbone. And as he turns, you almost have to go down to one knee from the blunt force. As he turns now and looks at you, Dazes. Don't think I forgot about you. Each of you will learn a lesson today, and we will test all your wills. As he dashes back the other way towards you, Dazes, And he's going to action surge.
Double dash.
And he's going to take two swings at you.
Yeah, you going crazy.
That is a 16 to hit.
No.
All right. The first swing, you adeptly duck out of the way as he tries for a strike to the side of your temple. Second strike coming down the other way with the other end of the glaive. Getting a 26 to hit.
Yes.
That is going to be 11 bludgeoning damage. 11 bludgeoning damage as he comes back the other way swiftly and catches you right in the gut, almost pushing you back with the sheer force.
Ouchie.
Yeah, holy.
And then I think that is it for their turn. As you feel for the first time this intense force of Master Leopard as he exerts his will into each one of these attacks. But that is the end of their move. We are back to the top of the round with you, Dazes. What would you like to do?
Alright, I'm straight fist fighting this dude now.
Okay.
And these knuckles are about to hopefully come in handy.
All right, let's see it.
So yeah, let me roll. Let me draw to punch this dude. Right here.
Yes, a 22 definitely hits.
Nice.
Okay, so the way I understand this is I can choose how many charges I expend.
Yes, you have 4 total. You didn't crit, so the secondary effect doesn't come into play, but you can burn as many charges as you'd like at once.
Okay, and then do I also roll my normal?
Yeah, this is in addition to your normal unarmed damage.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll with my unarmed damage,
Okay.
and then I will expend.
Okay.
I guess I'll just do. Well, I'll do 1 charge. For this one.
Okay. Let's see it.
Oh, that works.
All right. And I believe it was lightning damage, correct?
Yes.
All right. As you strike into his abdomen, you release one of the charges of the knuckles that Prim had given you, releasing this charge that...
I see. You've brought some interesting toys to play with. Well done. Knowing when to utilize your tools is a good strategy.
All right. Just a moment here. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Still have one more attack, I believe.
Yeah. I'll do my second attack,
Okay.
and I'll just punch him again.
All right. Let's see it. An 18 hits as you strike again on the other side of the abdomen, directly in the ribs.
And
Almost like you're hitting into a punching bag now, getting into a rhythm.
boxing now. All right. But yeah, I'll expend a second charge on this as well.
Okay. All right. Again, you see the tensing the muscles, that intense will kind of diverting some of that force of the blow as you strike into the scaly hide of this dragonborn. Not doing quite as much damage as you anticipate, at least with the force of your punches. But the electricity, again, jets out as you make contact with the abdomen.
Interesting.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Still have my bonus action, right?
Yes, you do.
I'm going to. key point and make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action.
All right, let's see it. Unfortunately, a 15 misses as he dodges out of the way and grabs the back of your shirt and goes to strike you with the end of the glaive. He's going to repost that.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Unfortunately, he only gets a 14 to hit, so I don't know if that meets your armor class.
No, it is not.
As he goes to swing down, you kind of turn the other way and manage to not take the full brunt of the strike. But your initial attack does miss. You do have one more strike. Again, that is not enough. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think that's probably
Okay. Back to you, Trash. You watch as this Dragonborn individual moves, despite his size and the scale of him being just slightly shorter than Floof, your companion, moves has the swiftness of that you've never seen before for such a large individual. As he's moved back and forth across this sparring circle now twice, making strikes against both your companions. What would you like to do?
Scary. This man is scary. Well, seeing as how he is basically fucking up the party, I am absolutely going to take Floof's advice and stick close to Floof. What did you cast on me again? Spider climb and
That was all I cast on you. Yeah, just spider climb.
okay, that allows me to go climb up walls and stuff like that. That's kind of the idea.
Yes, you can climb up walls, so vertical walls without losing any movement. And you can also walk upside down without having to use all fours. Like you could walk upside down on the ceiling with just your feet and be able to still have your ability to shoot or attack in melee.
Okay. I think I would like to. I'm so sorry. Could you kind of remind me? I know we talked about the radius of where we were. Is there a place where I could start to scale up an area and kind of get some distance, but still be within an attacking range for?
What's the range of what you're trying to do?
I guess I'm just because I know his strength is obviously hand to hand or melee combat. I'm trying to climb a vantage point or keep a distance where it's impossible to do so because my strength is in range.
Right. So the roof of this dojo is about 15 feet up from floor to ceiling and there's hanging rafters as well that are a little bit lower, maybe 3 or 4 feet off the top part of the ceiling roof decking that are exposed. They're kind of at a pitched angle in the center, and then there's rafters that kind of go intermittently to give structure to the roof. But the roof decking to its highest point's about 15 feet, and it kind of trails off from about 3 or 4 feet down to the outside edges. To get to the outside perimeter of the structure, it's about I would say about 10 or 20. No, about. Hold on one sec. I gotta look at my notes. It's about 15 feet. I'm sorry. I was gonna say it's somewhere in that range because it's far enough back that if somebody gets thrown, they're not getting thrown into a spectator.
I see. Okay, so I could theoretically, with my 30, I could do 15 to the edge and then 15 up to scale up kind of thing.
Yeah, at that point you'd be just into the sloping part of the roof, pretty much hanging upside down.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Okay. you rush past and you kind of watch as some of the students kind of run out of the way as you just immediately start dashing up this this wall, and they all look on what in the world as you seemingly go upside down. You're about 2 feet up the pitched portion of the roof, directly across from where you were before. Still well within range. You're about 45, 50 feet away from Master Leopard at this point.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
How many feet? There was about
from you to him, where Dazes and he on the opposite side are at, because you started about 30 feet away, and you would add distance between the two of you. You're at this point, you're like, as the crow flies straight across. If I were to draw a line from you to him, kind of staying within reasonable, you're about, I would say, about 45 feet away from a straight line from where you're at on the surface of the roof down to where he's at on the floor to be within contact.
Okay, that's perfect. I just wanted to make sure that I'm still in range to attack him, so I wouldn't.
Yes,
take
you'd still be within
disadvantage.
like a 60-foot range of him.
Okay, so I'm going to hit him with my crossbow.
Okay.
16 plus 8, 16 plus 8, 24?
24 definitely hits. As you fire the bolt and it sails over, striking him solidly just above the right chest.
Perfect. So it's 24, and then how long did I get? Sorry, I've never used that before. I just wanted to look at my smite. It is concentration up to a minute, so I should still have
Yes,
it up.
so you'd have 10 rounds essentially, because
Okay.
each round is 6 seconds.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll my bow is.
Oh, hold on
5,
one
so
sec.
it's
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Floof,
No.
I need a... you cast your spell before he came and struck you, correct?
Yes.
I need a
okay.
concentration check, 2 of them actually. You took, I forget how many damage from him.
It was 8 both times.
8 both times, so it's 2 concentration checks of... Yeah, so unfortunately, Spider Climb would have failed on the first one after the first strike.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I wouldn't have done. Okay.
Right.
gotcha.
My apologies. I should have called for that earlier, but I forgot
No,
to
no.
ask you for a concentration check.
Okay. Is it possible to just retcon it just to the point that I didn't move up a wall, basically, but I would have taken the same
Yes.
action, essentially, just like
You just wouldn't have been able to
Silence.
run up the wall.
I wouldn't have been able to run up the wall. yeah.
Right. My apologies. I should have called for that earlier.
No, that's okay.
It jumped into my head when you talked about concentration.
Got you. So that was for the crossbow, which is piercing. That is 11, and then for
11 damage.
11 piercing, and
Okay.
then it was 7 radiant damage.
Okay.
So for a total combined 18, but 11 of that is piercing, 7 of that is radiant.
Right. Yeah, you watch again as the sheer will and the tensing of this man's muscles stop the arrow from going in as deep as it typically would, given the force of the shot. But as it sinks in, you get that secondary reaction, that burst of radiant energy, that kind of... Another good strike. I see your force of will is strong, little one. Can you continue this fight? Is there anything else you'd like to do?
My poor baby panda. I think he's technically up, because he's got 31 hit points, and you got hit with, what was it? You said 18?
I don't think it was that much. It was definitely over 10, though. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think it was definitely. So he's probably at
It's
like
like
half
a-
health. then.
Yeah, it was like 11 or... It was like 11 or 13, something like that. Somewhere in the low teens.
Okay. I will assume it was at 13. So minus 13. Oh, my poor baby. He's technically up, so this poor thing is gonna try.
Okay, let's see it.
I guess I will at least direct him to kind of flank.
Okay. You would have
So that
advantage on
there's
the strike. Yes.
Advantage on the strike.
Right.
Come on. Oh, that was a bad one, the first one. Oh, God. Okay, that's slightly better, but not much better. So it was 4, which is the first one, and then 11 plus. What is his? 11 plus 7, so 18.
An 18 just hits. Yep.
Oh, yay! Okay.
Or it more than just hits, but you know. Yeah, it does hit.
D8 plus 3. So that was a 9 force damage specifically.
Force damage. Okay. You watch, and as your steel defender, still kind of shaken from that initial blow into the floor, rights themselves, shakes off the damage, and then leaps at the back of Master Leopard and drives their claws with an intensity and anger from that initial blow, doing a significant amount of damage that, you know, pierces through the tough hide of this individual. That was 11 total force damage? How much?
No, sorry, 9. 'Cause it was 6
okay.
plus 3,
Right.
so 9.
And he watches it. It pushes him forward almost with the weight of the strike as Panda leaps out and slams into the back of their spine. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nope. That's all I got.
All right. Floof, we are back to you after you took 2 significant strikes from Master Leopard. What would you like to do?
Okay. Unfortunately, I reread the spell and my plan isn't gonna work. So I'm improvising now. I'm gonna, maintaining the look. I'm just gonna put my right arm in the air and I'm gonna drop a moonbeam on him.
Okay. What's the save on Moonbeam?
Oh, ignore that. That's I think damage.
Well, it
15
matters if he
times-
saves or not.
Yeah, that's true.
What's your spell save DC? 15?
Yeah.
15? Okay. Constitution. Okay. Alright. He rolls a 19. So, he's a tanky boy. As it still drops on him. I don't know if it's half damage on a successful save. Should say in this.
It doesn't say, so it must just be a miss.
Let me double check. It'll say on a successful save they take this amount or half as much on a or I'm sorry, it's this amount of damage on an unsuccessful save or half as much on a failed save in the spell's language. So let me look real quick.
It takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and you roll the damage. It was 17, so it's half of 17. So rounded down.
Okay. And
So yeah, it'd be 8.
and for the record, when he starts his turn in there, he'll also have to save.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. You watch as this radiant pillar of light comes crashing down from the ceiling, seemingly out of nowhere, and slams into Master Leopold, almost pushing them down like the weight of gravity pushing down on their body. You have interesting abilities. Use them well. I approve. This is excellent
excellent instruction for my students. To see what is out there in the world. To see what they may encounter one day.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
But no, nope, that's it.
Okay. All right. So he is up. Let me go ahead and roll one more time here. Does it say if he starts in that when the initial blast goes off, or is it only when he starts his turn there? How does the
Says
spell
when a-
read?
When a creature enters a spell's area the first time, or on a turn, or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames.
Okay. All right. I'll assume that's correct then. He does succeed again on that, so go ahead and roll the damage one more time. All right, so the 8 damage again, as again another blast from the radiant energy strikes him.
Ugh. Excellent work. I can sense the conviction in your magic, in your drive to burn away the lies of this world.
Hold up. But with that, he is.
He's gonna fuck us up.
Mm-hmm.
He is. Yes, he is going to. He's going to dash again out of this moonbeam, dashing behind you, Dazes, as you are the closest target here in this instance. And he is.
Does
I'm-
Panda get an attack of opportunity, or he's still technically within range that he wouldn't have?
Normally they would, but he dashed.
He
And
dashed.
He dashed, and he has the mobile feat.
Right, okay.
So he is very quick. Same thing, you watch again as this seemingly large, stocky individual moves with a grace and precision like nothing you've seen before. As he darts out of the way as Panda goes to make a strike, striking at nothing but air in the process. And Dazes, you look over your shoulder as this towering Dragonborn steps up behind you, prepared to make another 2 strikes. Getting a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All right, that strike, I'm going to need you to make a... I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Not my best save. Let's see.
Unfortunately, a 16 just misses as he swipes out and strikes you in the back of the knees, and you fall prone to the ground in front of him. Just as he turns up and drives the other end of the blunt glaive down into your abdomen.
Life alert.
Getting a 22 to hit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. So with both those attacks, the first strike is going to be that is going to be 13 points of bludgeoning damage as you strike your head back hard against the ground after having your feet completely taken out from under you. The second strike as he comes down with the other end of the blunted wooden glaive into your abdomen. That's going to be an additional 11 points of bludgeoning damage as it slams down into your abdomen.
Hold on, Mom. 11 points.
11 on the first, and then... I'm sorry, no,
The
Yes.
second was 11, right?
Yes, the second was 11, and then the first was... that was... 13.
Yep.
And then with the remainder of his movement, he is going to... Yes, he's going to dash directly across from you, passing by you on the ground, Dazes, getting right up in your face, Floof, within melee of you, preparing for his next strike. But that is the end of his turn.
Let's see. You have done well this far. Can you continue? Or your will bend and break?
But Dazes, we are back to you. You are prone on the ground right now. You'll need to burn half your movement to get up.
Alright. Yeah, I get up. Can't do it on the ground. Is he, you said he was...
He's now on the other end of the sparring, so he's about 35 feet away from you.
that sure is unfortunate for me.
You can bonus action dash if you'd like by spending a key point.
I am considering it. In fact, I don't even have anything ranged anyway, so... Yep. I think I'm gonna bonus action dash.
Okay.
Like I said, just leaves me. I think that just leaves me with attacks.
Yep.
More punches.
Okay, let's see it.
First one. Yikes.
You go to swing with the backside of your fist, trying to strike to the unguarded ear to try to stagger your opponent, and he simply ducks the other way.
You're going to have to be more precise than that, son.
Let's try the second time. Maybe I'll be more precise then. Oh, that's less precise.
You swing again the opposite way, a bit dazed, and the wind knocked out of your lungs a bit from the previous strike.
One must be able to recover quickly from a near fatal blow. Otherwise, they leave themselves vulnerable.
And he's going to go ahead and turn the backside of the glaive and try to strike you with a repost.
Alright.
Unfortunately, I think a 15 does not hit you.
It does not. Thank goodness I don't die yet.
As you watch as the blunt end just barely grazes the center mass of your body. Had it hit, it definitely would have done a significant amount of damage, as you experienced just a moment ago. But is there anything else you'd like to do?
I don't think I have any more actions.
Okay. Well, then we are back
I
to
yell, ouch.
Trash. We are back to you. Master Leopard's looking pretty roughed up. Surprisingly, you guys have done a decent amount of damage. He is he's pretty bloodied.
Yeah, and we are totally fine over here.
Hey, that's... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, everybody's looking. Is there any? Even do I even have anything? No, my cure wounds is a touch based. Dang it. Oh no, it's still touch based. Damn it. Okay. I'm just gonna be like, everyone hang in there. I can do anything. I'm trying to think of what I could do to help you guys. but because of his dash, pretty much anytime I want to warp you guys out of the way, he's just gonna warp to you guys and mess you up again. Okay.
Can you ready warp and then like move us return, or is it too fast?
I don't know if that's how it works. It's just like on my turn, I have a spell called Vortex Warp. So I would use that action to teleport you to an unoccupied space of my choice that I can see within range.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to happen on my turn, so it's not like a mid action of someone else or anything like that.
Yeah, it's not a
unfortunately.
reaction. It is an action on your part. You can, if someone is far enough away from you, as long as they're within range, if they're as far as possible from you, so like if you're in the middle of them and they're 30 feet away from you, you can move them 30 feet in the opposite direction. So technically they move 60 feet. Because they're still in, the range is to you. Like you're the center point of that. So ideally, yeah, in an ideal situation, you could move somebody up to 60 feet. I think. Or is it 60 feet total distance from you, or is it 30?
I think the range, it says 90 actually. Even.
Oh, then yeah, you could easily, if somebody's like Dazes is right now about 40, 45 feet away from you, you could move him right up to Leopard, or you could move him, well, no, he's right next to him right now. But you could move somebody away if you wanted to, because you're about 20 feet away from them. You could pretty much move them to the opposite side of the dojo.
Yeah. Okay. Would you guys want that? Maybe to get you out of the way. I don't know how I can best like help y'all out.
Moving away from this
I have 120 range on Moonbeam, so I could still move it anywhere I want as long as I'm in the room. So.
Yeah, and the total distance and length of this room is about 120 feet from end to end.
Okay.
The longest distance. You guys are about not quite halfway, like closer to the far side, so maybe like 50-ish feet from one end and like 75-ish, 70 feet from the other end.
Okay. Would
Yeah,
you?
if you want to throw me as far away? I mean,
Yeah, because like I know that at least at the end of his action, he was facing you, kind of ready to give you the beat down. So maybe I just get you out of the way. But then Dazes, you might end up being the target again. Are you doing okay?
If I go down, I go down. It's looking rough out here. I'm not gonna lie. I have a way to be less dead on my next turn.
Okay.
If I
Okay.
survive that long.
Okay. Well. Or should I just like hit him, or do you think it's okay for me to move you, Floof?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So you want me to move you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I will.
will try. I was walking around like moving.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I can cast Vortex Warp, and it says you have to succeed on a con saving throw, or you can choose to fail it, and then you will be teleported to an unoccupied space of my choice that I can see within range. So basically just, I guess, as far down the dojo as I can, that I can still visually see that is within 90.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you choose to fail it, then, you can be teleported. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay. You watch as Trash focuses their energies upon you, Floof, and you feel this swirling of arcane energy at your feet as almost like a sinkhole forms in this circle of sparks at your feet. And just as it begins to fully wrap around the circumference of your form, you feel the floor give way as you are sucked down through the floor, and then as if gravity immediately is reversed, you flip up opposite side of the dojo. You see yourself a bit disoriented as you turn around and you notice that you're significantly further away from where you started in this moment. Now just standing like right against one of the surrounding walls, and you see some of the students that were over there closer to that wall are like, whoa, what in the world? As they kind of step back away, not understanding what's going on. And you listen as Master Leopard from the other end of the dojo, his voice carrying from end to end. Watch what your opponent may do, students. Be prepared for anything. One must be prepared for failure. I'm sorry. Forget the statement. It's one must be prepared or prepare to fail. That's what I wanted to say, and I completely muffed the delivery. My apologies.
I prepare for failure.
Or prepare for, yeah. Yes. That one. You know what I meant. I just delivered it horribly. I'm running out of one-liners. Was there anything else you'd like to do, Crash?
My turn is done, and then I will try to, so Dazes is up against, or like facing,
He is flanking, or was flanking with Floof, as Master Leopard was standing directly in the face of Floof, preparing to strike, and Dazes ran up behind him. And then now, so that would mean that Panda would have been about 30, 35 feet the other way back where Dazes had started that round. So there's about a 35-foot distance between the two of them.
Okay. Because Panda does have 40 feet of movement.
Okay. So yeah, that would definitely still allow them to get to where he's at.
Yes, but if he walks up to is he in a way where he can still position and get that flanking bonus again, or no, not so much the way that people
not with 40 feet. That would put you like level on either side of Leopard, but it wouldn't get you the others. You need about like 50 or 55 feet of movement to get in within flanking with Dazes.
Okay.
You're just like, you'd be like right if you're in a line with each other. Panda's about 35 feet behind, and it would take all of their movement to get up to where Leopard is.
Okay.
And like to get in front of them would be just a little beyond that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, I mean, I still think it's better for him to.
But you can still get within melee for sure. Just not quite flanking.
Okay. Yeah. So let's do that then. I'll try to have him attack. No. Oh, thank the Lord. Old good. So that would be. I think it's 13 plus 8.
That definitely hits.
21, and then 8. That is 3. So 8 total force damage.
8 total force damage. You watch as Panda comes barreling forward and almost like a spiraling corkscrew as they leap forward into the back of Master Leopard, driving in a powerful, like, spiraling strike, like a leaping headbutt, directly into the lower spine of the Brass Dragonborn as he goes down on one knee, catching himself with the end of the training glaive with a loud as you feel the force move in opposite directions as he takes a deep breath. Enough! Enough. I have seen all I need to see.
Let's go, Panda.
Panda!
You pulled the Akamaru on him and got
That's
Panda, you saved my life.
He goes.
that was quite the display. I haven't felt adrenaline like that in many years. Thank you. I can sense your strong conviction, your desire to do right. It follows through in your blows. One without conviction cannot deliver a strike like that. One without conviction cannot follow through when the time is most dire. I believe when you say you wish for justice. Very well. Students, continue with your requirements, your responsibilities. Nothing has changed. Hop to it! You watch as all of the trainees begin, despite everything they just watched, immediately hop back to what they were doing prior to. But let this lesson sink in. Observe. Learn. The day you forget to learn is the day you die. And as he pushes himself up, you can see the bruising and some of the stains of blood, tinges of blood on some of his armor as he pushes himself up. Perhaps I'm getting a bit older. In my younger years, that would have been nothing more than a scratch. Needless to say, I believe what you said earlier, little one. How about we... What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna, I was gonna stomp over to him, and I'm gonna pull my hand down to uncast Moonbeam,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna cast Healing Spirit on him, and say, you take all fights serious.
Okay. You leave the healing spirit, or do you use it on multiple people? I think it's state.
Yeah, it's like a 5-foot radius. So I'll cast it.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
right-
So, or how many? What's the duration of it? I believe it's 1 minute.
Yeah, up to 1 minute.
Okay,
So I'll cast it right on us, so that I'll gesture towards, Trash and Dazes to come over.
Okay. So you have and how many? What's the healing dice of it?
1d6.
Of each round. So it's essentially has 10 charges, is what it is, because each round is 6 seconds. So you can have 10 uses of it in a minute. So you have up to 10 d6 healing.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna hopefully you don't have to. I've got it.
So depending on who you want to use them on.
Or is it everyone just in the 5 feet? Or like, we all kind of hug together?
No,
Or-
yeah, no. You can only have one person, especially larger, like medium to larger creatures. You can only, yeah. In this This is kind of the yeah, because people used to do this with Healing Spirit and then just conga line through the Healing Spirit,
Yeah.
and everybody would get like the full 10d6 healing. Yeah, they
Yeah,
they
that makes sense.
they retconned it later because people were abusing it. I look at it this way: it's 10 rounds, so you have up to 10d6 healing.
All right.
So who you choose to give that to is your choice.
All right. I'm gonna. Here's. I'll do it quick. We're gonna give five to Dazes.
Okay, go ahead and roll that then. So just in roll 20, you can, and I think it's plus your ability modifier, correct? Or is it just 1d6?
It doesn't say anything about it.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay, so yeah, so you do, go ahead and roll 5d6 and add, I believe your modifier is plus 4, correct? Do you have an 18 in wisdom? Or 17?
18. Yeah.
18, so you'd have a plus 4 to that. So roll 5d6 and add plus 4.
Is there any way to do 6? I don't know.
So in roll 20, you can, okay. So in roll 20, you can choose to roll multiple dice. If you go to that dice in the corner at the top left, and go to the d6, and there's options for up to 5 of them. Or you can do slash R space 5d6.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try it /R.
I think that's it. I think that's the fast command. Did that not go through?
No, we'll just do it the lame way so that we don't take.
Okay.
Oh,
So yeah, you can just roll individual d6s. That's fine. So 5 plus you'll do 4 more. Okay. So 8. 13. 18. 21 plus 4. So you get 25 points of healing. Dazes.
I'm gonna do 3 on myself.
Okay. 3. 9. 11 plus 4, so 15.
And the last 2 I will, in an act of nobility, give
Okay.
to.
2.
I'm glad he got the load.
4 plus 4, so 8. He nods to you in appreciation. Valid victory and an honorable exchange. I appreciate that, friend. Now, agreement is an agreement, and I always honor an agreement. If you would come with me, we should have this discussion in less open airs. And he escorts you all to a separate part of the dojo, where you get this strong scent of, you can see that there's a small fire pit that's in one corner of this small room. It sort of looks like a makeshift sauna slash tea room slash R&R slash office. It's very cluttered. You can definitely tell that this is just a catch-all for him. But you see as he puts this metal grate over the top of this still burning small little like charcoal open, not really a pit. It's like a little open burner, I guess, with little bricks of charclets or whatever you call them still slowly smoldering in this kind of basin. And he puts this little grate over the top and proceeds to put what looks like a ceramic tea kettle on top of it, and begins scooping some loose tea leaves into the water-filled kettle as you watch it begin to heat up over the charcoal coals. And he sits down. There's a number of like little benches surrounding this little burner, and he motions for you all to sit down as the tea begins to brew.
It was an excellent fight. I can certainly sense you all are serious in this matter. As such, I will say all that I can without breaking my honor-bound code.
And as you begin to see the kettle begin to boil, as he begins to serve you all some tea before taking a sip from a separate cup himself. It's a bit bitter, but it has a gentle aroma to it. It is mixed with various herbs and has a very fragrant scent that enters the nostrils and kind of clears the sinuses and gives you a sense of awareness, like clears kind of the fog from the intensity of a fight that would otherwise leave you in a bit of a stupor. This helps you kind of refocus, almost like smelling salts, if you will. Sort of the same sort of mentality that it's meant to try to clear your mind after an intense workout, or if you're knocked unconscious. This was sort of like it has that same sort of effect, that strong sort of sinus clearing effect as you take a sip of the tea.
My grandson. I don't know his exact location. All I can say is the last time he was seen in Tafar, rumor has it he was looking to make contact with certain tribes in the mesas. There are a number of these nomadic tribes of Aarakocra that call the mesas their home, as well as deep portions of the desert to the west. They are longtime natives, perhaps as old or even older than our lineages go back. They know these lands better than most. And they will only be found by those they wish to find them. They are masters of the region. I believe he wished to learn from them as well as learn why they may or may not have been involved in what occurred several weeks ago with the heir apparent. If you seek to find my grandson, that is where I would start.
You'll need to head east towards the mesas. Look for the signs of the hunters. That is perhaps the only way you will find them. Be vigilant. You think I am a dangerous warrior? Even they gave me pause for reflection in my younger years. They know these lands better than anyone else, and they use that to their advantage. I would recommend that you go prepared. Prepared for a longer trip than you intend. As getting lost in the mesas and the dunes can be a death sentence for the unprepared. As he's saying this, how are you all reacting and what are you thinking?
I guess I am just making note of our journey ahead, like kind of exactly like what we'll need, and kind of racking my brain for what I remember. Those tribes, if I remember anything, like that kind of general sense of.
Give me either a history check or a survival check. I'll say survival in this instance is probably a little bit easier, but history will work as well, and we'll kind of determine, you know, what kind of information you remember.
I'll roll history, because that's where my strength is.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. That is really high. I rolled 19 plus history is 7, so 26.
Okay. 26, an excellent roll. You would remember from some of the documents you had seen in regards to, specifically in regards to some of the, what they were described as raiders, more so than tribes, but some of the contradictory documents that you have seen that describe some of these Aarakocra tribes living east of the Jamila River in the mesas say otherwise. Most common descriptions of them are as raiders, as thieves and cutthroats and savages, but some of the lesser known contradictory documents that you found in the various libraries when accompanying Catherine on her business ventures, you recall that these are these nomadic tribes that live in and make their territories in the mesas. Are extremely gifted warriors, is the way it was described, in their own right. Not necessarily in the traditional sense, like, you know, the armored knights that you've seen in the Landscale Alliance, or the Dragonborn warriors that you've now experienced on multiple occasions. The various techniques that they used. These individuals, these tribes that live in the mesas, are known to be very much, are well known for their guerrilla warfare, is the best way to describe it. They are masters of hit and run, swift strikes, and then concealing themselves. that oftentimes most of their enemies that have encountered these individuals looking for them to try to do them harm generally don't last more than a few moments. And that is their main strategy, is hit and run and guerrilla warfare. That they use the terrain to their benefit. Just as Master Leopold sort of described to you. Or Leopard. That his description is a bit more accurate, at least to some of the contradictory documents that you've experienced.
Okay.
Basically describing them as masters of the desert and the mesas. Floof and Dazes, what are you doing as he's describing this to you all?
All in my head, I'm just sitting and I'm thinking I trust that my companions know what these places are and what anyone's talking about ever, and that I am getting sick and tired of having to go on journey after journey, but know that it has to be done to get what I want. And but I'm just sitting and listening. And wondering how he was so fast.
You watch as he's describing this, you can see as even now the master's sort of observing you all, kind of gauging your understanding. Do you have any other questions of me? I must say that was an exquisite bout, and I offer my congratulations. At the same time, I'd love to know more about you all. You seek to help others, but what drives you at the end of the day? Why do you pick up the sword? Why do you fight so vigorously? I love to know what drives an individual to be so ferocious in combat. Please share. It's an honor to know more about those you tangle with. To learn from your opponent is to know your opponent. There's a wisdom few get to experience in their life.
I'll say, my name Floof. Lunarium is poison here. Seek to get rid of and avenge Mother who died from it.
Ah, so you've seen the darker side of this trade, as they call it.
I'll shuffle through whatever it's in on my body. My eyes perk up, and I'll show him that symbol and ask, "You know what this is?" From the Nightingale guy.
He takes the piece of paper from you and observes it. I can't say that I know much, friend, but it does remind me of very ancient symbols of It is certainly not of this region, I can say that much. I have studied our history for many years. It is certainly not tied to anything of the dynasty. That much is certain. But little I know of my ventures in my youth to the opposite sides of the continent and beyond. It appears to hail more from, if I had to venture a guess, more of the ancient Aelin Prima. Not much is known of their remains, their what little remains of their civilization now lies in ruins to the far western reaches of the continent.
I nod and do Floof things and just kind of think about it, but I'll just stare down at the symbol, hold it, processing what he said.
My recommendation is that you discuss with someone who has knowledge of the ancient elves. Someone who's been long lived and studied in the academic pursuits might have better results than I.
I look to Dazes and Trash, hoping that they remember some of these finer details for me, because I don't know nothing about elves or anything.
What do you... You said you seek to avenge your mother. Is that right?
Yes.
Might I offer a bit of wisdom to you?
My eyes squint and I look at him and give the most subtle but reluctant nod, yes.
I understand the anger, the hatred of losing someone close, a loved one, family. But hatred and vengeance are a hollow source of will. Even if one is successful, they find that all that energy, all that drive leads to little more than a hollow feeling at the end of the day.
I seem to hear what he says, but I continue to stare down at the image and say, "You can't understand," as a teardrop falls onto the piece of paper.
I may not understand your loss, friend, but I do understand loss of my own. I simply ask that you take the time to perhaps turn that hatred and rage and desire for vengeance towards a different goal. You have a strong heart and a strong will. I can see that in the spells you cast, the force you drive yourself with the way you hold yourself. It would be a waste to have you lose yourself in that rage. I would recommend that you take the time to truly learn what is important to you. Were you to be successful in attaining your vengeance, what then? What moves you beyond that point?
I make very quick glances to Dazes and Trash before I wipe the tear, put the thing in my pocket, and just kind of sit there smoldering.
You don't have to come up with an answer now, but I have seen students like you in the past, and I am speaking from a teacher's perspective. I simply wish to, at this point, pass on what I have learned in my own lifetime. Nothing more. And you both, little one. And you, Dazes, was it? What drives you to travel this far and wide into unknown places?
I fight for a love that I once thought lost, but I recently discovered that may not be the case. Yeah, I gave him a truncated life story because I know he doesn't have that much time. Making sure to mention Master Duquesne, just in case they fly in, I don't know, martial arts circles with each other for whatever reason.
I have met your master. It was many years in the past, but for an individual of such age, he still hits like a freight train. Surprising for one quite so in his own shell, if you pardon the pun.
Of course.
And you recall as he reminds you of the sort of hidden strength that you first experienced from your master. That despite their age, they could still take you down with relative ease.
Yes, it is truly awe-inspiring how even to this day I continue to learn so much as I rub a couple of the spots that he quite painfully gave me some bruises.
He is truly a master of precision strikes. And quite swift for a turtle, nonetheless.
Indeed.
Well, I recommend you follow that line and find the truth in this world. It is an admirable goal. Regardless of what you find at the end of this journey, you will have certainly gained a wellspring of wisdom, one way or another.
And you, little one. You are... I can say I've never met one quite like you. What drives you?
Well, I have never quite met anyone like myself either. And my desire is to look for answers and seek the truth in what I am or who I am. Are there others like me? And in my journey to discover myself, I have crossed paths with those from an order that have told me that I shouldn't be, and I don't belong, and I don't exist in their eyes. And although I haven't met anyone quite exactly like me, I have seen others in my position, and I guess I'm just trying to protect or help them, because I have been very fortunate that I was helped when I did not have the resources to help myself.
You garner a strong conviction. Strong sense of justice. A desire to do right by others. To help others. It's a difficult path to learn one's place in the world. Learn why we are here. Many of us never learn the answer. But those who seek often find wisdom in the most unlikely places, and those closest to them. Perhaps not what they originally sought in the beginning, they end up finding in the end. But I have a strong feeling if you continue down this path, you will find at least some portion of what you look for. And at worst, you'll have helped many along the way. With that, you watch as he finishes his cup of tea, taking in a deep breath as it fills his nostrils. I appreciate you all coming here. I ask you be careful in whom you seek. I can say no more, as I am bound by my oath to the dynasty. But off the record, as his grandfather and his teacher,
I am nonetheless appreciative that you seek to find them. We are rather busy with the upcoming event. It is a festival to some, a moment of remembrance to others, and a time of mourning to the small remainder. But it is nonetheless the birth of our people, our nation. And the remembrance of a hard-fought battle. My students prepare for a demonstration before the ruling family of Tafar. We are quite busy, but you are welcome to attend before you leave if you'd like.
I look at my companions.
I do the same.
I'll nod.
Okay, sure. Will
It-
there be food?
Certainly. It is the opening ceremony to a larger festival in the center of the city. There's often many vendors that accompany, and quite a number of regional delicacies.
Tasty, no piss drinks.
Definitely no piss drinks.
We go.
Well, I look forward to seeing you there. As he stands up, I have other duties I must attend to, but I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening. Feel free if you'd like to accompany us here before the festivities. The event will take place just before dark.
Sounds like an honor.
Honor is mine. And I think that, with that note, we'll go ahead and call it for the evening.